battery level is low. Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds. Return to home. Landing. Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated. return to home. Landing.
Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2.
Where'd you park my chair, bud?
Have them talk for just a few minutes.
All right. I hope Tiffany can hear this now. I think probably Mr. Dodge is down there working on our PA system. Hopefully everybody's having a good morning. Not far from getting boats in the water. Crackers are going to be heading that way shortly. And I hear we have good on the system, so I will step off. The next thing will be our opening ceremonies here shortly, and then we will get underway with Cracker Box Racing. some breeze, current and wind last night, moved a few things around. I think Kip Brown is out there right now working on that, waiting for a go-ahead from the referees, and we will have a national anthem, and we will start our day. We're about 20 minutes behind where we were shooting for, but we will do that shortly. Welcome to everybody to Pateros this morning to the Terry Troxel Memorial Western Divisionals, sponsored by Darrell Strong, Darrell and Vanessa Strong Racing. Cannot say thank you enough to them for all they do, so if you see them during the weekend, please thank them.
We've done all our radio checks on the water, and then if you can instruct the player boat when you're doing the Canadian or the American flag.
Just the American.
Yes.
Hey, just the American. We don't.
sunny and beautiful as it is many times, we are blessed to be here. Thank you if you're here, if you're on the road or in the area and you can't be with us in person. 106.9 on your FM dial will get the announcing. We are just a couple of minutes away from the first green flag of the day. We will have Cracker Box flat bottom boats on the water. Probably the second wildest class that there is in the APBA. Also one of the oldest, I think going back to 1947. The other being Jersey Speed Skiffs, which I think you probably might need a little bit of a psychological exam to get into. But the Cracker Boxes are a lot of fun to watch. We're blessed to be right parallel. Actually, I think I probably got the best view of the start-finish line of anybody here.
Cracker Boxes.
All right. You just heard Jim Codling with your 4-minute countdown. Here they come. That is Bob Nyland. Russell Mead. All right. Cracker Boxes, like I said, started in 1947, I think, if memory serves me correct. Fred Rickens was the one that did the original template on these. And these boats versus any others in APBA have a specific template for the bottom of the boat, the length, width, everything. They have a maximum cubic inches. All of those things, those parameters have to be met. So, like I say, this is the oldest active class that is in the APBA. Two boats here this weekend. We have a number of them in the region, just not out yet. And if you really like these, I would invite you to come down to Moses Lake in 2 weeks. We will have a few of these down there running, and that'll be part of the Vintage Only exhibition down there, second annual at Moses Lake at Conley Park. But these two will put on a nice show today. Bob Nyland in the blue boat with Jennifer Cushing as the riding mechanic. On the inside, Russell Mead, driver of the boat on the outside with his dad, Mark. Both out of Astoria, Oregon area. There they come. Bob has had his boat for many, many years. Russell is, I think, second year with this, either second or third now. Was running Sports C, decided he wanted to do something different. Well, what do you do that's different? Cracker Box. But they're having a lot of fun. They're learning engines, propellers. I know they were just got another prop from Brandon Cushing this morning to try. Lots of combinations in boats that you can work on. Propellers are some of the biggest. Propellers, skid fins, rudders are really the things that you can do a lot of work on. Engines a lot of times are limited. Well, we got half a minute. I want to say a thank you to PNBRA for putting on the event, to Kip and Tiffany Brown for their efforts as race directors, for everyone that's here working on this, our safety and rescue, our pit bosses, our crane operator, our referees, scorers, everybody have a huge part in this, and a special shout out to Daryl and Vanessa Strong for their support. Without them, we probably couldn't do this. It would change the complexion of this event a lot. We are running for the Western Divisionals Championship today. All right.
Hello.
There they come. Well, as you can see, Russell Mead, they've got a lot farther to go on the outside than Bob Nyland on the inside. He's staying with them. Speed-wise, he's faster. But Bob with the inside lane got the lead right now. Here comes Russell. And you can hear Bob Nyland all of a sudden get on the throttle. Bob put his foot a little bit before Russ did. That'll allow Russ to stay with him. This should be fun to watch. As you can see, they bounce, they flop around, they do all kinds of stuff. Nice turn up here in the second turn for both of them. Here they come. These are all-out race engines. Unlike some of the stock classes, these are full-blown race engines. So a fair amount of money goes into them. Approximately 350 cubic inches. Most are running Chevrolets. You hear Bob Nyland step on it, take off up the back chute. You see Russell Mead go just a little harder, a little farther into the turn. And that is it. Oh. Okay, sounds like Russ has got an issue with his engine. Anytime you hear stuff like that, you know there's probably something going haywire. Bob Nyland and the lap two. Bob has been at this a very long time. Had some ups and downs. Hasn't done a lot of running the last few years, but that's simply because the class hasn't been doing a lot. But we've got some new owners. We've got some boats that are going to start coming back. I know next year will be better yet. We've got a couple right now that are not running that will definitely be out. One over in Kirkland right now, and just waiting for them to get back on track. That's kind of how this goes. All right, coming around the end his third lap. See the white flag being ready to go up. Bob goes by the Meads up there. All right, started their final lap. At this point, Bob doesn't have anything he's got to prove. He's going to outlast the other team and come back for a victory. But you hear him playing with the throttle over there a little bit. And that's what this is about. We say hi to the Stocklands this morning. Good to see Kelly and Sharon out here. The rider. Well, and we'll transition to this, and I'm guessing quite quickly, to 2.5 stock. After that, 1 liter, then Sport C or tunnel boat class this weekend. Then the 1.5 stock, the T-boats. E350 after that. Then our one vintage participant this weekend will be out. And then we finish the first round with 2.5 mod. Just getting a little bit on the microphone here. I'm trying to figure out whether we're working right or not.
Live flag of the course.
All right, still working on the microphone. Okay. Well, for those of you that don't know, I don't set up the sound system, and understand if you got a problem, if the speakers are too loud or they're doing something static, whatever, let us know up here. We'll try and do that. All right.
It's probably mine. Oh, that's, okay, yeah. Early warning system.
Yes. Rescue need a quickie on this one. Right away, it's leaking.
We got a little bit of water intake on, sounds like on the Mead boat. Is that a nice way of saying there might be a problem? But yeah, we won't say that. Hopefully that's not the case. But our rescue's getting there to take care of that, get the boat to the dock so we can get it on the trailer. As soon as we get that accomplished, then we'll bring out our 2.5 stocks. All right, I just heard that our rescue boat is going to proceed back to their position.
Bunch of milfoil in it. Yeah. Okay. They can all see it. I'm just pointing it out. What? Huh? As soon as he gets the damn thing disconnected from the boat,
All right.
nobody gets out of the seat and hooks it up with a valve.
All right. Well, just trying to get everything squared away. We'll get our patrol boat back out. We have to have a minimum on the course when we run. And if we don't do that, we've got major issues. Thank you to Higher Vantage for drones this weekend again. And a reminder, we'll start with a couple of things. Boat church tomorrow in one of the two picnic shelters down just south of where the pits are for the boats. 8 o'clock, Randy Christensen, our Racers for Christ chaplain, will be holding service. Non-denominational, come as you are, does not matter. It's not a sermon, and that's the nice thing about this. We have a few things that are presented, but it really helps to facilitate conversation about things that we're all dealing with in our lives. And so if you'd like to be a part of that, come and join us tomorrow at 8 o'clock down in one of the two picnic shelters just down from
Here, what do you want to tell them?
from the pits there. Sorry, just listening to the referees. The other thing, the fire department is having a fundraiser. We're doing Sloppy Joes and hot dogs with drinks. It is a fundraiser. It has been a hard year over here. There's only so much funding that they can do. And, we would be greatly appreciative if everyone can support them. It is $15. And they also have T-shirts that are available down there. So as we go through the day, I'll remind you that please, if you can support the community, that's what we're here for. Put on a good event, which we like doing. We enjoy running the boats, but also the fact that we can give back to the community, and we ask that anybody that's here, if you can support that as well. And I know there was a donation made this morning that teams that could not afford or had way too many people to try and do that, we had one of our members say they would take care of that. 2, 1, okay. Green flag on the course. That would be 2.5 stock. And I will pull up my cheat sheet here. That's Jay Deathridge, Kyle Davenport. Carson Kelly. Travis Olsch. We got a full field out there, all 7 of them. All right, 2.5 stock, S85, Preston Wrights, S98, Katie Brown, S12, Carson Kelly, S6, the red boat going by right now, Kyle Davenport, the 333, Cannon Cushing, the S8, Jay Deathridge, and the S90, Travis Olsch. Well, we have 7 of them listed, 7 of them running. Down to about 1:50 on our 4 minutes. right, Carson Kelly's going to leapfrog Kyle Davenport. I think he's looking for lane one. One of the things about this, normally I'd say there might be a favorite. These are all favorites. These are all very, very, very competitive boats. All of the radio personnel are to my right. And as you can see right now, we have park and start up here in turn 2. We got 2 up there, and everybody else is going to come up and probably have a little better head of steam. The saving grace is I think all of these are Hendersons with the exception of one, so they all accelerate very quickly. They're very light, very wide. Jay Dethridge going way outside. Down to 10 seconds. I see that we're going to have a review on the start. Doesn't mean anybody jumped, but they're going to review it. It's obviously close. Looks like Travis Olsh out front. There goes Cannon Cushing on the outside. Carson Kelly in third. We're pushing hard. It's going to be good. 4 laps. Most of these boats are running the little 4-cylinder Chevy, or Ford, excuse me. We have an Ecotec out there, and at least one Honda, and he's out front. That was Cannon Cushing. The backstretch, Cannon Cushing, Travis Olsh, Carson Kelly, Preston Wright's in fourth. Looks like he just got a little bit of a bath. Mr. Conwell. Kyle Davenport, Jay Dethridge, and Katie Brown. All right, Cannon Cushing. Travis Olsh. Carson Kelly. Good morning, Mr. Conwell. He stretched it out. He's coming down for his checkered. Cannon Cushing. The 3-3-3. All right, second place. Nice run. Travis Olsh in the 90. Third place, Carson Kelly. Monkey Business. Preston Wrights. Kyle Davenport. Katie Brown. And Jay Dethridge. Well, like I said, there's no slouches in that one. We'll be back shortly. we were talking a little bit earlier about the fire department and their fundraiser. We also talked about T-shirts down there. PMBRA, the conducting club, also has shirts available down by the restroom area there, just on the north end of the pits, just outside the pits, so you don't need a pit pass to go in to get it. There's a number of shirts. There's some older shirts. There's new shirts. I didn't write down all the prices, but very reasonable. I think $5 on the older ones. You know, I'm sure that the older shirts there's very limited sizes, but go take a look. You may find something you'd like to have. Any funds that are, received from this go to helping the club put on these events. and that's why, like, this event especially, Daryl and Vanessa Strong Racing, Corey Peabody, all of those folks are so important because they made this happen. Without them, we can't do this. It is extremely expensive to put these races on, and we don't charge people to come and watch, and that's the beauty of this, but it does cost us a lot to do it. That's not a complaint, that's a fact. We can stay home, and I think if we do, we all lose that way, and that's not the goal of this. We want to come out here, we want to have a lot of fun ourselves, but put on a good show. And as I've said on radio the last couple of days again, here at Wenatchee, in that, we do this because we enjoy it, and we bring it to you at no charge, because unfortunately, the prices that we pay for everything in society these days has gone up exponentially. We're not talking politics, we're just talking reality. And if you have a free event that you can go to, that's a win-win. And frankly, I don't know of another motorsport going today where it doesn't cost, especially when they're racing on this level. So, if you can spare a couple of bucks, you'd like a new shirt, or one of the new old shirts, please go see the folks down there with the merchandise. If you can help the firefighters, please go down. Even if you can't afford a meal, I'm sure they would be glad to accept a donation of any amount. It all helps, so they can take care of our community here. Sport C's in the water, please. Sport C in the water. And Sport C will be up after 1 liter. Here comes your full minute.
Power on. 1,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 4-minute gun.
All right. That's an old habit there. The gun. Jim and I have been around this far longer than we probably want to admit. And in the back in the good old days, that's what we had, a gun. What was fired. It is a flag only now. The only time we shoot the gun is the flare gun. And if we're shooting the flare at you, you know there's an issue. And you will be talked to somebody. All right? Well, we have 6 on our roster. We got 6 running. Kevin Porter. That is the 21, Bill Wallace, the owner. Mr. Sean Bowser. Randy Russell. Justin Burnett. J. Michael Kelly. I thought we lost one for a minute and then realized Randy's in Rooster Tail over there. Mike Jarvis going by right now in the Dave Lemon boat.
Hey, Chad, you gonna hit the lightsaber at the white flag? Sure.
All right, Jane Michael cutting the course right now in the shenanigans. Tim Collins, the owner. Sean Bowser, all the way out from Illinois. Well, looks to be a good start, at least for J. Michael. Sean Bowser. Corey Peabody on the 9. And it looks like Jarvis and Porter got issues up in turn 2. Corey Peabody into second place. Sean Bowser into third. Randy Russell in fourth. As I say, Mike Jarvis in the 24 down on the water up in turn 2. Not sure what was going on with Kevin Porter in the 21. He's got it running again. He's in last place of the boats out there running right now. But the boat's getting around good. Uh-oh. Sean not looking so good right now. Not sure what's going on. Randy Russell moving into third place. All right, start a lap 4. J. Michael Kelly, shenanigans. Tim Collins, your owner. Fairly easy drive today. Corey Peabody in the 9. Kevin Porter in the 21. Okay, coming up, third place right now.
White flag? Yeah.
All right, third place, Randy Russell starting his final lap. Sean Bowser slowly slipping back, obviously not running right. All right, and your winner, run leader, J. Michael Kelly. Second place, Corey Peabody in the 9. All right, third place going into the second turn. Randy Russell in a 9.31. Going by a dejected Mike Jarvis up in turn 2. All right. Randy Russell home in third. Well, if he can just keep it going another 100 yards. Fifth place, it's going to be close. All right, here you go. All right, he's got him covered. Fifth place, Kevin Porter in the 21. Or fourth place, excuse me. Fifth place, Sean Bowser. And it did not finish, and he's just starting again as Mike Jarvis. And that's a good sign. He'll be able to head back to the pits under his own power, looks like. We'll see her in a minute. Randy Russell coming by right now, your third place finisher. Well, he got it started, and then it didn't start. Well, it would have been an even more interesting race if these two boats in front of me right now had been able to be at the start and run. The 21 had a good run, just was late getting there for whatever reason. I don't know what happened up there in the turn. I don't think there was any skullduggery or anything, but if there is, we'll hear about it. And I know we did have an issue in the first heat. One of the boats encroached, causing two other boats to have issues, so I think that was a disqualification, but because I don't have it specifically, I won't say any more than that, and I won't say who. For those out here watching, that's not the important thing. The offending driver knows what they did, and they've been talked to about that, so that will, that takes care of that. One of the issues with these boats is your visibility is pretty slim. I know some of them sit so low that they have trouble even seeing water going overboard, and that can be a huge issue, especially in a place like Pateros, because we end up with a lot of milfoil, it seems like on a yearly basis. Not a lot of driftwood, but a lot of milfoil, and so it's imperative that you're able to watch and make sure you have water going overboard after it goes through the engine, because they get real hot real quick if you don't. And it gets very expensive if you tear these things up. You see Don going over to do the pickup right now. They'll get a tow on Mike and probably bring him down outside the course here in the front chute. And then we will get our Sport C's. I think that is next. Yes, Sport C. 1.5 should be headed to the water. After that, we have the E350s, and then our lone vintage boat, the Pride of Pateros. That is the Country Girl. And I don't know if Mark or Bart's going to drive first. We have one or the other out there. We'll be able to tell once they're on the course. and then we'll finish out the first go-round today, one of two, with a 2.5 mods. And that should be a good heat as we do that. You see Don up here with his patrol boat. They're getting a rope right now for Mike Jarvis to hook on the front of the boat. One of the things that's mandated, among others, is that you have a hook on the front of your boat to be towed. It's mandated by APBA, and it's a common sense thing, because at some point, no matter how good a product you have, it's going to break. And if you run really hard, they break more frequently, because you're pushing everything to the limits. They have to be towed in a good fashion. All right, looks like they're pulling Mike out of the way. Probably going to let the Sport Seas go. Okay, he got clearance to go down the front straightaway here. As Mike goes by, Don told him, don't hesitate to give him a round of applause. There's nothing, well, I won't say there was anything worse, having to get towed in or get carried in the Stokes after you had an incident is worse. But this is never fun. So, let them know you appreciate the attempt. I know Mike and Dave and Randy are probably scratching their heads trying to figure out what's going on. Mike Jarvis with a wave. Thank you, my friend. Better luck on the next heat. Hopefully you're out. Uh-oh. Got an issue, yep. All right. Well, hopefully they can get that taken care of. David Lemons had I guess the best way of saying it was kind of a crap year. I don't mean to be crass, but it's not been a good year for him and his team with two boats and just not doing well. That's not what he wanted, not what they planned, and they work hard at putting the product out there, and it just has not happened this year. And we just hope that after the season's done, they can regroup, come back, and be stronger for next year. If you are interested in being a part of what we do, find one of the officials along the shore here. Come and find me. I'm at the north end of the motel. Give us a name and a phone number. Tell us what you'd like to do. We will get you in touch with the right people to become part of this. I will say it a number of times over the weekend. It is a big family. There's lots of jobs to be done. You don't have to be a racer. And we are getting rain, I hear. Well, the flagger just quit on us because she's getting wet. I don't blame you. Well, I can hear it up on top now. Got a little shower. Four, three, two, one. Green flag on the course. Sportsy. Well, I got J. Michael Kelly here. Come on in for a second. I just got one quick question. But I know this is first year for you with this. He's talking with the referee right now. We will get him back here in just a second. Quick question for you. I know it's the first year with Carson and inboard. How's it feel to have to be up here on the radio with your son out there doing that? You've been watching outboards for a while, so.
I mean, it's nerve-wracking. I mean, it's my kid, and you just want them to be safe and have fun, and watch them succeed, and so it's tough being on the radios. But he likes me being on the radios. I don't really do radios that much, but he seems to like it when I'm on there. And when we're doing the T-boat, of course, and then when he's running the 2.5, he's got Jeff Bernard's help on the radios, and so he's getting a lot of experience in this season, and I think that's pretty neat.
And Mom's a basket case.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be just as bad. It's nerve-wracking. I mean, I've driven the 2.5, and it's a challenging boat to drive, and he's doing a fantastic job doing it. So we're just working at it and trying to make the boat better for him. And we've been struggling with the T-boat this year. I don't know if we've finished very many heats, so hopefully our luck will turn around with that this weekend, and he'll get some laps in that too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Always fun to hear about those things. I'm not on a radio with my son, but he's been driving for, 5-6 years now. And for me anymore, it's not nerve-wracking because he's not racing, but he's still hauling the mail in the vintage boat. And it's always fun to hear what others have to say about what it's like being in that position. Michael's always on the receiving end of the radio. Now he's on the giving end, trying to instruct and guide. So, and I know Mom is a basket case because she and I have talked about it. But it's a great family to have out here, and everybody that's been driving has been successful, top to bottom. All right, let's go ahead and talk about our Sports C. Not the biggest, not the fastest, not even the loudest. But we got 5 of them this weekend. We had one not show, and that was West Friedel. All right, white flag on the course, 1 minute to go. Shane Dickinson making the turn, heading back across the course. Looks like we've got, I think that's G-Man up in turn 2, way early, but not a surprise. He does that periodically. Let me see. Guessing that's Mark Mead that just pulled a Yui over there. That is a Yui versus a donut. No donuts. And the thing with Sports C versus any of the other classes out here, they don't have quite the same rules. Gerald, if you were just back half that distance. Yeah, they're good, but he's going to get overtaken instantly. He's got to get that trimmed up. There you go. Trim that engine out so you can get them lift under it. Kayla Huff leading the way. Not sure what happened with the 560. They did not come out. Kayla Huff, Mark Mead, G-Man, Joe Benedict, and Shane Dickinson. That is your running order. You see how high she's got the nose of that boat. To run at speed, you got to do that. That is a 40 horsepower Tohatsu engine, and it is bone stock. They have changed nothing on the engine itself. They put steering bars on it because of what you need in these boats and the way the steering is, and they put a racing propeller on it. Other than that, it's stock oil and gas mix in it. But as you can see, they still move right down the ladder. This is a fun class. See Mark Mead in second place, about his son Russell built. G-Man, Cheryl Benedict. In third, fourth place, Shane Dickinson. And Shane, to be real and fair to him, he's definitely at a disadvantage here, because if you meet him, very quiet guy, super nice man, but he's very, very tall. He's a big guy. When you only got 40 horsepower and about a 13.5-foot long boat, that's a real disadvantage. But the thing about it, he's out here. He's enjoying it. He's having fun. He's part of the mix. And if you're so interested in getting involved, this is a great class to start with. You can stay in it your entire career driving, but it is also a class where you could get a start and then eventually move on to something else if you wanted. And for probably, I'm going to say under $7,000, you could get a race-ready boat. And I know there are some available, and all you need to do is talk to them, come see me. I'll get you in touch if you can't get to them. But it's a lot of fun. It's not the fastest by any means, but it's affordable, and a couple of people can handle it. You don't need a crew of 4 or 5 like you do with the GPs and things. Kayla Huff with, I'd say, a quarter lap lead right now. She's picking them up and putting them down and getting down the lake. All right, coming by for her white flag. One more to go. Not sure what happened to Dad, but hopefully he'll be out later. Find out here probably during our break. So I'm sure Will will come down and let us know, or one of the other drivers. Mark Mead in second place. He's opened up a little bit more lead over Gerald Benedict, the G-Man. That is a nice cool breeze that is picked up. All right, Shane Dickinson in the 86 coming by right now. Your fourth place boat. And not very far behind him, less than a quarter lap behind him. The apparent winner of Heat 1, Sport C, Kayla Huff in the 991. Batgirl. A veterinarian out of Woodrow, Washington. She and husband Joe Morrison, both been driving these boats. Joe's not driving this year. Kayla's been doing double, triple duty because she's running this and an outboard in about 2 or 3 different classes. I call it at Black Lake. Second place, Mark Mead. And third place, Gerald Benedict, the G-Man. All right. Next scheduled is a 1.5 stocks, commonly called T-boats because of the letter designation that we use on them. And these are the boats that the young folks, the 14-year-olds, can start driving, and we have a couple of young people in there. Some are starting to mature a little bit in age that are doing this. Shane Dickinson coming down for his checkered flag and the black flag. want to say thank you all for being out here this morning. We don't always have smoke when we come over here. we have a number of times over the last few years. So we have an air show going on right now, a couple of herons come over, or pelicans. It's like pelicans, actually. Yeah, it is.
Oh, he's way out there. He's like in lane 38.
Seven, six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
T-boats!
Haley's running about an hour.
Okay.
Probably a better move. Yeah, she'll. That's just damage from Black Lake.
Yeah. Well, we're only 3 T-boats this week, but they're all good. That is Orion Burks. Young man in his first year of racing inboards. He's done very well. I think first event he went to, he was second place. That is Mr. Carson Kelly. That is Haley A. And it's fun to see them out there and see who's up here in the racer or the radio control or radio corral. Haley's got Uncle Jeff Bernard in there on the radio for her. Ryder Burks has got his dad, and Carson's got his dad, J. Michael Kelly, all on the radio. It's down to a minute and 47, 45. All right, Haley Ray cutting the course, coming across. Carson looks like he's going to stay the course and do the park and start. And probably two of the very best at that are here to my right, and that's Jeff Bernard and J. Michael Kelly on the radios to their respective drivers. And everybody has a different thought on how to start. All right, 1 minute. Okay, Carson's going to pick it up a little bit. He wants lane 1. He knows he needs that. They've been struggling with the boat a little bit. Hopefully they've got some things sorted out there. Haley Ray is lightning fast in this boat. And Ryder has been extremely fast in the little 25. I talked to Ed Thompson here just before Seafair, and he was the one that had that boat and made it available to these guys. He was up here with his GPs, and we were talking. He was very impressed with the way that's running. It's very, very fast, 15 seconds. All right, Carson on the inside. Here comes. All right. I'd say we probably have one maybe across, looks like it. But that is not my decision, not for me to discern. All right, Ryder Brooks on the outside, Carson Kelly inside, Haley Ray in third. All right, Ryder Brooks leading around turn 2, the end of lap 1.
Good on the start.
All right, first place, Ryder Brooks. Second place, Carson Kelly. Third place, Haley Ray. The third place boat, consistency-wise and speed-wise, is probably at the top of the heap there. She may not have the combination she wants right now, and that's okay. We got a long weekend. She may not get the Western Divisional Championship, and who knows? At this point, we know Ryder Brooks is in the lead. Carson is second, she's third. And now that the spotters know that the start was good, looks like she's going to probably start putting a little pressure on. The boat that Ryder is running right now is actually a Staudiker design boat. The second and third place boats are both Henderson hulls. All right, Haley into second place, going by Carson. Carson just not quite the shoot speed. You see all of a sudden Haley Ray just took off. Got to hand it this young man. He's doing the job. Ryder Brooks. Second place, Haley. Third place, Carson Kelly. I know he will be disappointed, but it also gives them a baseline to start from to improve again. And that's one of the things, every time we go to a different race course, if you got big turns, short straightaways, it's a different setup than it is if you got long straightaways and narrow turns. So you're always working on setups. Sometimes they work right, sometimes they don't. And your winner, Heat 1A, Ryder Brooks. Second place, Haley Ray. And third place, Carson Kelly. I keep looking around here trying to decide whether the smoke is starting to close in on us a little bit. Yeah, David Dodge just give me that hand wiggle like it's hard to say. Got the wind has been pretty variable this morning. We've got what feels like a wind coming up the river at this point. Nothing bad. Yeah, good start on that, no infractions throughout. We'll try and keep you apprised of those things, because a lot of times what you see on the water isn't always actuality. And sitting here where I'm at, and I'm right next to where the camera is for the start-finish line, it looked like we had a jumper on it, but after review, the timing of the clock, which is superimposed into the video, he's legal. And even if it says 0, it's not until it's flashed that I think it's the three flashing marks up on top where it's actually a green flag to start your heat. And they were right there. He was in the photo that had not jumped. So, and that's, I'll just say it right now. And J. Michael Kelly is one that this falls to. Another one that comes to mind that did it is Chip Anar, another one. But outboarders have to learn how to start. A lot of inboarders are not as versed at it. And something that comes in from outboards is definitely, I won't say it an advantage, but they've learned. I'll be with you in just a minute. All right, I was just informed that the Sloppy Joes are ready to go down there. The fire department has those. They've got Sloppy Joes, hot dogs, drinks to go with those. It's a donation to the fire department. It's a fundraiser to help defray the costs that they're incurring especially in the fire season. You know, they have their funding, but that funding only goes so far, and especially with all the fires and talking with our David Dodge, who's from up in the valley, up the Methow Valley, with the fire department up there. They had 4 calls within 2 hours, all for fires the other night. And that's what's going on over here. You get a lightning storm come through, you got strikes, you get fires, and they've got to be quick. They've got to get out there, be very diligent to get it taken care of quickly so it doesn't spread. If it spreads, and like a lot of these fires, they're gone. So, again, thank you all for being here today. Don't forget that fire department also has T-shirts down there that are available. There's club merchandise, PNBRA, for the event, and club shirts that's available at the north end of the pits, right behind the restrooms down there. All right, we've got 350s just about ready.
David, you want to go ahead and push the button? Here's your countdown.
All right, 4 minutes, green flag on the course. Start of our E350 first heat of the day. All three out there and going. First boat up on the back chute, that is Mr. Kip Brown. That is the JJW Weymouth Family Racing, the E3. Second, the E46 Rochelle Hill Family Racing. And the third boat out there, a young lady, Finley Eccles, the Marine Dream. Well, this has kind of been Kip's year. Finley driving the Marine Dream, a boat owned by Mr. Rob Hall out of Idaho. Dad Dustin Eccles is in front of me here. He is the radio person for his daughter. Looks like Tiffany is on the phone for Kip, or on the headset for Kip. So everybody's up and ready. I know they're doing timing runs, trying to get that dialed in. Well, for those of you that were at Black Lake this year, you saw Rochelle Hill run very good for a short period of time, then shed a blade off a propeller, took the bottom out of the boat, and spent a whole bunch of time getting it put back together the next, I think it was 2 weeks, and made it to Tri-Cities, had a nice weekend, did very well. Back at it again this week, and I know 2 weeks from now, if all goes as planned, she will have that boat at Moses Lake, because that is a vintage boat. All right, 1 minute. She'll be over there playing with all the other vintage boats. The nice thing about that is if your boat is over 25 years of age, is an APBA competitor, you can run. And we have integrated those boats in with uncapsulized boats, open cockpit boats. In fact, I think Rochelle and my son Aaron were the first two non-capsules to run in the region together at Manson a couple of years ago. Had a ball. Both came in just smiling ear to ear. And it's nice to have, and at that time it was two Carrollson hulls running side by side. And I know this year we are doing a tribute to Ed Carrollson there, excuse me. Ed Carrollson. Here they come, gonna have a full head of steam. All right, good start. Well, Dad's got to feel good about that because Finley is right out front. Looks like Kip's right there in the rooster tail. See if he's got, yep, he's right there. You can see as they straighten out. And here comes Rochelle. You see the speed that they go into those turns with. Finley running the turn, and Kip getting out the leader. Hasn't looked back. Fun to see Rochelle as close as she is at this point. For one lap, I'd say that's a good run. We know that the 74 does not turn quite as well as the others, and part of that is learning the boat. Yep. After this, we will take a break at that point to get lunch and get a rescue off of the water. Kip Brown holding his own out there, coming down to start a lap 4 for him. A white flag on the course. Rochelle Hill right there. Probably about 10 boat lengths. Finley Eccles. Well, she's either on the chip or they've got a little bit of issue, and I'm not sure what that is. She backs off down here. About a half lap between first and third. Rochelle is there in striking distance, and the thing that goes there, if Kip for some reason has a bobble, makes a mistake, Rochelle would be able to pounce at that point. Okay, obviously Findley's having an issue. Thought I heard something with the engine going into turn 1 on that lap, and I know they were talking, and she came by and backed out of it, and Dad started walking to the pits. But a nice heat of racing. They'll be back this afternoon. I'm guessing we will probably run the same schedule for the second half of the day.
All good.
Everything's good. No penalties, fouls, or anything. Well, I just got up and walked to the fence in front of me here and looked down in the pits, and I'm pretty sure I see a pink boat sitting in the All right. Green flag on the course for vintage. We don't run a clock with this. We only have one boat. And then we have the lovely and talented T1, Tiffany Day. Nice to see you, dear. Yeah, get the parade wave out. We have somebody, they said this guy is famous. I don't know. Mark Evans. Well, looks like Mark's going to have to pedal faster than that. Just doesn't sound right. I know they ran the boat, had it fired and everything, but it doesn't sound like it's quite. I'm sure he'll probably come back around and we'll probably send out our final heat of the morning round, the 2.5 mods. And as I say, Tiffany's up here from Cozy Radio with me right now. No, I won't put you on the air. I won't do that to you. Oh, come on. Just to embarrass her. No, I don't want to do. I do that by going in the studio. I guarantee he's headed to the pits. So, but just a special thank you to you and Jeff for coming up today. And I talked to Allie this morning. I know Jeff heard that, and seems like a nice personality to have on the radio.
Absolutely.
Appreciate everything you guys do.
Of course, and we'll look forward to Manson.
We're gonna, whether it's Manson, I mean, maybe it's Timbuktu. I don't know at this point. I don't know that anybody really knows. They're trying to figure that all out.
Okay, well, I'm going to need directions from Timbuktu.
We all do. Tiffany Day, thank you. Cozy Radio, thanks for all they do for us. I was in studio yesterday, and then I was on the air again this morning on the radio, doing a phone conversation with a new person, and I heard all kinds of ads yesterday. It was perfect. We got promoted well. I hope that the community comes out and enjoys this. Joe, good to see you. Now the G-man has to work on his starts. As he goes by, he's going to ignore me, but that's all right. Because I did call him the G-man. trying to keep everybody abreast of what's going on after this next heat, which we will go quite quickly here. We're going to take a break. It'll be about a 45 minute lunch break, and then we will go back to racing. And rescue has already discussed all of that with the race directors and referee. So we will conduct our final heat of the first flight today, which is the 2.5 mods. And when that is completed, we will go on break. Like I say, probably figure about 45 minutes. Everybody will go back to their positions on the water. We will start putting boats back in the water. And we'll go through the second flight of the day, which will be Cracker Box, 2.5 stock, 1 liter, Sport C, 1.5 liter, E350 vintage, and 2.5 mod. And that'll complete today, which will be the Western Divisionals. And then tomorrow we will do probably a similar program, and we will have Western Divisional winners, and then we will have combined the 2-day winner as well. So we'll have separate trophies for each class. All right, and again, nice to see Shelley out here. Good to see you, dear. Shelley Magnuson. Do not forget, Pateros Fire Department down in one of the picnic shelters down there. They have Sloppy Joe's, hot dogs, and drinks, $15 donation. Get your lunch down there, support them, and
How many boats we have, Dan? 6? 5? 5. You ready?
all right, countdown for 2.5 mob.
6.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, green flag on the course. 2.5 mod. First boat down the back chute, that is Katie Brown in the 98. We will call the rest of these as they come around. Katie Brown going by right now, flying it right into turn 1. Marissa Bartel's in the 11, Jacob Malden in the 311. Preston Wrights in the 85. Coming down on 2 minutes. There we go, 2 minutes. All right, right, finally, Gunnar O'Farrell coming to the course. Got some very fast boats here. Saw the 85 going by right now. They were out earlier for the 2.5 stock. Same with Katie Brown here. Coming down to a minute. Jacob Baldwin got that thing up and floating. Gunnar O'Farrell out there looking for the outer course markers. I think he's got it dialed in now. Down to 20 seconds. Looks like Gunnar's in a good position as far as boat speed. All right, they're going to come down at full force now. Down to 10.
7, 6, 5, 4.
All right. Well, that looks like Jacob Baldwin out front. Can't tell you quite yet. That is Jacob Baldwin, Marissa Martels, Katie Brown, Gunnar O'Farrell, Preston Wright. Boy, it's lumpy as can be down in that turn now. Got a pretty good chop down there. See Preston going through there. Jacob is checked out on these guys. Nice job from that young man up at Friday Arbor, Marissa Martels. Gunnar O'Farrell, Katie Brown. Gunnar O'Farrell definitely has more boat speed. Now it looks like Preston Wright is down off the plane up in turn 2. I think he's trying to get over a little farther out of the way. All right. 3 laps in the books. Nope. And Marissa Bartel is shutting the boat off. Obviously got an issue. And your winner, Jacob Baldwin, the 311. Hear that pop as he gets out of it. That's the mob boats. All right, here they come around turn 2. Katie Brown on the inside. Gunnar O'Farrell outside. Who's going to have it? I think Katie wanted that one pretty bad.
Chad, black flag. Chad, black flag. Okay. I got it. Hold on.
Not sure what happened to Preston up there, but he sat there for a while. Finally got it fired, and it's back on the course. It's got a green flag to go. Your winner, Jacob Alden. All right, Preston Wright's one more lap. As soon as he finishes his lap and heads to the pits, we will put all of our safety and rescue off and get our break in. Again, thank you everybody here today. Special thanks to the club, PMBRA, Kip and Tiffany Brown, all of our safety and rescue, our referees, our scorers. A special thanks to Daryl and Vanessa Strong, Strong Racing, Corey Peabody. As sponsors of this event, do not forget the fire department's down there. We want to support them in their fundraising. All right, approximately 45 minutes, we will be back with you. More racing activity. Well, good afternoon, folks. Just had a great lunch. Say thank you to the Pateros Fire Department. And if you have not had lunch, go down, $15 donation, hot dog or sloppy joe. There was potato salad, some cookies, donuts, chips, pop, water. Well worth the price, and any profits that they have go towards them supporting this community. And frankly, they need that now. And we need them, especially with the way the weather has been and the amount of lightning we've had, the dry winter and summer. Please go ahead and support them. If you can hear my voice still, we're starting to get engines warmed up, getting ready to, I know the crane operator is going to start putting boats back in the pond here momentarily. We're a few minutes away. We have Safety and Rescue will be heading back out on the course. We have a couple of boats that have gone out already up on the north end of the course. They will be heading back out. We will start our afternoon program and start out with Cracker Box again. And I think we're just going to have one at this point. Did find out that Russell Meade had a distributor, or not a distributor. Sure, I can even say it. Distributor issue. It's actually a magneto, but broke that, and going to try and use some chewing gum and baling wire and get that to work, at least to start. Okay, and I'm just being informed that Cracker Box is going to be in, so we'll start with the 2.5 stocks, unless I hear differently. And I may, never know, but Russell's going to be trying to get that glued back together enough to run today and tomorrow. Had a lot of issues with that this year, actually getting brand new parts from distributors that are bad to start with, wires that are not connected and other things in the units. That doesn't work very well. With the kind of abuse that they get put to in a boat, that definitely doesn't work. So they'll be working on that. They'll hopefully come back at the end of the program today, and we can only pray that happens. But we should have 2.5 stock, 1 liter Sport Seed, 1.5 liter E350 vintage. If Mark and Mitch, or Mark and Bernisson's can get that, Bart can get that taken care of. I don't think Dale's down here today. But we'll get him out and then finish up with 2.5 mod and hopefully Cracker Box, which will round out our first day of the Terry Troxel Memorial Western Divisionals, sponsored by Strong Racing, Daryl and Vanessa. Strong Racing, Corey Peabody, the entire racing community at Strong, helping with this event. As I see everybody start heading back out and we get our officials back down here, I will join you again. Go down, see the fire department. They're down in the second gazebo south of the pits with lunch. $15 for the donation. Well worth it. It was a very good lunch, and they're very appreciative of our support. They also have shirts down there, so if you'd like a shirt, please go see them. It all helps the fund to do what they're doing for our community. Also, PNBRA, their conducting club for this event, has merchandise available as well. I know there's new shirts for this year, there's some older shirts, all well priced. Been good quality stuff lately, last few years that the clubs have been using. So well worth the price, and it all goes to help putting these events on. Glad to be here today. Like I say, we're a few minutes away. I'm not seeing most of our safety rescue headed back out. I know we've got some up here in upper end of the course, and I see Dan Niven headed to his position down there at the entrance to the Aniat River, where He's there to help fend off anybody that decides to come rip roaring out of there. We had a couple earlier, but no problems. And as everybody else gets out there, our divers they got to decompress. They got to get out of wetsuits. They can use the bathrooms and do all of that stuff. But we will be back with you shortly, and look forward to a great afternoon. We've got weather that's very conducive to running. It's not hot, no wind to speak of. We should have some really good racing the rest of the day. Be back shortly. countdown for 2-5 stock.
3, 2, 1, mark.
All right, you can hear him coming out of the pit right now. 2.5 stock. S8, Jay Deathridge, Crazy Eights. On the outside, 98, Katie Brown. Inside to 6, Kyle Davenport. Inside, 12, Carson Kelly, Monkey Business. And on the outside to 90, Travis Olsh. And a 3-3-3, Cannon Kelly, or Cannon Cushing. Well, we have 7 listed, 7 are out there. Preston Wright's coming down the front chute. Kyle Davenport cut it really close. He just about had that one on its head. We're down to a minute and 30 seconds. Minute 30. Carson Kelly looking for that inside lane up there. Really early. All right, we're at 1 minute. Kyle Davenport, Carson Kelly up in turn 2. Looks like Preston Wright's behind them. Travis Olsh. Cannon Cushing. And Katie Brown, and then Jay Deathridge. 25 seconds. Everybody getting it up to speed, down to 20. Guys out front here are going to be really hurting. Carson Kelly in the lead. Cannon Cushing looks to be in second. Preston Wright's third. Kyle Davenport fourth. Fifth place is Katie Brown on the outside. There goes up. Carson just broke. Cannon Cushing has just got it. Oh! Around he goes. No harm, no foul. It's getting soupy out there. Well, Preston was with Cannon until he wasn't. You saw it jump up a little bit and then just buried the right spots and around it went. All right, Cannon Cushing, Kyle Davenport, Katie Brown, Travis Olish, Jade Deathridge, and Preston Wrights. Cannon Cushing, Kyle Davenport. Katie and Travis are having a great race. If we get Katie to pull it in a little bit tighter, she can get him. Cannon Cushing starting his final lap. Kyle Davenport on the inside, Travis Olsh, outside Katie Brown. There she comes, she's flying that thing. All right. Jade Deathridge, followed by Preston Wrights. Well, that's a competitor for you. He spun it out, he started it, and he went and ran him down. All right, here they come. First place, Cannon Cushing, 3-3-3. Second place, Kyle Davenport. Third place, Katie Brown. Fourth, Travis Olsh. All right, Preston and then Jade. Well, nice job by Cannon Cushing that time. Was faster than he wanted to be. Wasn't sure quite where everybody else was behind him. Went through turn one, made the turn, and then went around and cut the course. Get Carson Kelly here momentarily under tow. All right, got a boat. Getting to Carson right now. We'll get him in tow as soon as they get that. Well, that's why we do this. It's exciting. And Preston go down there right as Carson lost the engine or whatever happened there. Preston went by, and he and Cannon were real close, and all of a sudden he was gone again. So it happens with these boats. They drop a sponson in the slop at all. They've got, they go around real quick, and that's just what he did. Didn't go hard enough or far enough to lose it, but had it shut down, and as soon as he got it back on the water, everybody got by. He got refired, and away he went. And he drove his tail off to get caught back up and caught Jade. All right, but they're going to bring Carson across the race course, and then they'll go down the outside of the course to the pits at a no-wake speed.
Looks like it might be. Did you forget the gloves again?
Well, if that's Lemon Racing, that wasn't Dave's fault. Dave's down here. Yeah, Dave's not here at all. Hey, Carson, nice job out there, buddy. Well, they got Carson just about back to the dock. We had a boat that was sinking down there. Might have been the 24. We're not sure because Dave's not here. And he's not going to own up to anything. That was a crew mistake if it was. Up next should be 1 liter.
That
Truly, I wish you could all hear the radio chatter. I will tell you this, if you own a pleasure boat, if you've ever forgotten the plug in the back, you would enjoy it. And understand. Some great comments over the radios. We have one boat that we've just pulled out of the water. The 24 is going back in the trailer now. I'm not sure what exactly, but they had a water issue. Let's say water intrusion. Does that sound good, David? And we do have another boat that has a water issue, and I don't know if that's a 1 liter or 2.5 or what it is, but we got to get those taken care of, and then we'll figure out where we go from there. And once I hear from the referees that we're going back to racing and what it is, then we'll let you know on that. Again, if you haven't had lunch, you'd like lunch, go down and see the firemen. Pateros Fire Department is there. They put on a pretty good feast. You get a sloppy Joe or a hot dog, potato salad, or coleslaw, cookie, donut if you want, chips, pop or water, $15 donation to the Pateros Fire Department. Well worth the investment. A good lunch, and it helps them fund what they need to do as a fire district here. Lots of activity, as our good friend David Dodge told me, 4 calls in 2 hours the other night up in the North Isle, and you know, all right, part of what's going on is when I'll get back to a little bit about that. We have what they call lettuce in turn 1, and they're trying to push that out with the boats. You see them turning circles out there and using the props to kind of push it and get it out of the way, but we have a large thing of milfoil there, so need to get rid of that. There's nothing harder on engines than that, because they get the pickups on the rudders get plugged, and then they burn engines real bad, real quick. Why you have to keep an eye on your overboard, because if you haven't got water going through the engine, it means that it's getting hot real quick. So, but our fire department here, they've got to do a lot of work this time of year, with as dry as it is on the east side of the mountains here, and with the lightning that we've had, and some of the just darn fools that are out there that have started fires. And we know one for sure in Spokane that devastated many neighborhoods. You know, it's a somewhat thankless job, and we appreciate all they do, and the least we can do is support them. They also have T-shirts. I think there might be some sweatshirts down there available as well. And on top of that, if you want PNBRA or regatta shirts for the club here, those are behind the restrooms, on the water side of the restrooms, at the north end of the pits. And there should be somebody there at that merchandise table to help you with that. There's some older shirts, and they're very, very reasonably priced. And the new ones are not expensive, but please, it all helps to fund this. Talking about that, a special thanks goes out to PNBRA for putting on this event. Kip and Tiffany Brown for being the race directors here, for everyone that puts in all the activity, including your own Jimmy LeBrie, but everybody here. We're not paid. We do it because we enjoy it. But everything from our referees down through scorers, our pit bosses, crane operator, everybody does this out of a love for the sport, and we can't do it without them. And without folks like Daryl and Vanessa Strong, Strong Racing, Corey Peabody, and the efforts of that team, that unlimited team, and their funding, we couldn't do this. Extremely expensive. I won't tell you what the costs are as far as crane and things like that, but it adds up very, very fast. And with all of what Strongs have done, we are able to put this event on, and I know it will be a success. I had the good fortune to sit down and talk with, do an interview with Daryl down in Richland earlier this year in June when we were down there to run, and just a super, super guy, very open and honest about all kinds of stuff. And we even talked about unlimiteds, which I hadn't intended to but when we started, but the opportunity was there, and so we got to talk about all of that kind of stuff. Where H1 is headed, some of their goals for this year, trying to get new race sites, and hopefully get some more teams back out. And I'm hearing that Sport C is ready, so we'll probably... All right, I got a referee on one side and a risk manager on the other, and we're talking about what's ready and what's not. So hopefully here in a minute we'll have our countdown for Sport C, because we're going to put them ahead of 1 liter. Mark green flag on the course for Sport C. Well, Pops is back out. Well, we advertised 5, we've got 5. That's not bad. Don't know what happened with Will last time. Some kind of an engine electrical issue, and they sorted through that. I think they changed engines, and they're back out there, and we'll see how he and Kayla shape up probably out front. Not to say that that's where it'll be, but it has been kind of the norm recently. Down to 3 minutes. Running a 4-minute warm-up. It'll be green flag until it gets to 1 minute, then it'll be a white flag. Then, when they start the race, it goes green. At the end of 3 laps, they'll put up a white flag, meaning it's 1 to go. When they cross the finish line, they'll get a checkered. Once we have the boats across the line, or depending on the discrepancy of where first and last are, they'll also put up a black flag, which indicates you need to return to the pit carefully. All right, we'll go through a lineup here. The 697, that's Gerald G-Man Benedict. The 845 is Mark Mead. The 991, the blue boat, Baby Blue, Kayla Huff. The 560, which is red, white, and black, Will Huff. And the 86, Shane Dickinson. Three of our folks involved in this are out of Oregon. The rest are from up here in Washington. Actually, 4 of the people out of Oregon, because Shane and Gerald, Mark, and Russell are all from down there. And we were supposed to have Will Friedel here, or Wes Friedel, excuse me. Okay, 1 minute. and I'm not sure what happened. He is not here this year. He was here a couple of years ago and actually had a heart attack, and ended up going up to Brewster, and then they were going to helicopter him, and they couldn't get a helicopter, so they ended up taking an ambulance, and they drove from Brewster to Everett. As he said, quite a ride. Went by us here, coming down from the hospital on the way over, but
20 seconds.
he's good to go. They did, I think they did some stints and that. He's good to go, and luckily people were paying attention. All right, here they come. Will Huff leading the way. Well, Will Huff leads them into the turn down there. Looking to see, looks like Mark Mead was in second. Kayla's now gone past him and headed after Dad. And she's caught Dad there. So I don't know whether Will is not, I'm guessing, just doesn't. Man, now he's starting to pick it up. He may be down a little bit on the setup he's got. It may not have the power or the right propeller for what he's trying to do. Although he's got it rolling again. Like I say, Kayla, Will, Mark Mead, Shane Dickinson, and Gerald G-Man Benedict. About the time Gerald gets there, Shane takes off again on him. All right, Kayla's just got to close the door a little bit. These boats really do not like this kind of course. Well, you're going to get flogged for that, David Dodge. All right, Kayla's opened up a good lead now. Obviously, Will does not have quite the setup he needs, whether he's down on power, it's propeller, whatever. Just not quite there to run with Kayla. And if you've watched these two over the years, Will has more seat time in one of these things than probably everybody else combined. Extremely proficient at it. I think 2 or 3 time reigning national high point. But just not quite there today. And the 991 and the 560 are very equal boats. Given the right prop, the right engine, and driver doing the job, they are very, very close as far as being competitive with one another. Mark driving a boat built by his son. And we got a good race back here for 4th and 5th with Gerald and Shane. And I love it. Shane gets ahead of him coming down the chutes, and then G-Man picks him up in the turn. Yeah, as I started to say before, these boats are not really designed to run on this kind of course. They don't like to do the turns like we do on an inboard course. Kayla Huff starting her final lap in the 991. Batgirl, our veterinarian from Edmonds Woodward, followed by Dad Wilhuff out of Renton, Washington. And the 845, Mark Mead. All right, Kayla just keeps open up the lead there, and Mark's trying to close the gap with Will, just doesn't seem to quite have enough. And you can tell from looking out here at the water, turn one it's got a fair amount of chop in it. Not enough to stop us, but definitely want to pay attention. All right, Shane Dickinson. 4th place. Gerald G-Man Benedict in 5th. And the winner of Heat 2, it's a 2 for day, Kayla Huff. She didn't quite lap him, but she was getting real close. All right, here comes Will. We'll find out a little bit later after we're done tonight what's going on with Will and whether it's anything that they can help or if it's just the way it's going to be. 3rd place, Mr. Mark Mead. Well, for quite a while, Gerald was trailing Shane Dickinson. Now, here comes the G-Man coming back to trying to get him. Hopefully Shane can get that turned, straightened out and headed for home and stay ahead of him this time. It'd be a nice thing to see him finish up another position. All right. Gerald G-Man Benedict just got ahead of him right there at the end. 4th place, and Shane Dickinson 5th. All right, well, we understand that the 1 liters are dried out. So as soon as our sport Cs are off the water, we will get our green flag for our next heat. Move right through and keep on going. We got our radio people up here. We've got 1 liter folks here, and get them ready. All right, green flag on the course. 4 minutes. 1 liter. Well, as you can see, J. Michael Kelly and Kevin Porter out there going at it, going up the back chute. They're allowed. You want to go deaf, stand next to one of those engines when it's running. It is such a high-pitched, sharp crack when they hit the throttle. All right, Mike Jarvis. All right, this is the Y21, Kevin Porter, Bill Wallace. We'll go through that list again. Down to 1 minute and 15. Kevin Porter going to cutting to cross. Well, I'm not quite sure what's going on with Mike Jarvis, but he shut it down, or it shut down. Now he's refired. Down to 40 seconds. J. Michael Kelly on the ins. No, I'm wrong about that. Looks like Corey Peabody, lane one up here. Way early. Looks like J. Michael's going to be in pretty good shape. Sean Bowser on the outside here in the green and white. Here comes Mike Jarvis. Well, I'm guessing we may have had a jump on that. I don't know yet, but we will find out shortly. But as we sit here, race leader is J. Michael Kelly. Second place, Corey Peabody. Third, Mike Jarvis. Fourth looks to be the 21. And Randy Russell. And last but not least, Sean Bowser. Randy Russell And fifth. Boy, that's a tough break for Sean to go all the way out here from Illinois. Oh, nice big hop out of J. Michael. Hit a roller over there. Boat took off. Corey Peabody's got a real head of steam coming around the turn up there. Don't know whether it's going to make any difference or not. J. Michael Kelly, Corey Peabody, Kevin Porter, Mike Jarvis, Randy Russell. All right. Well, your apparent winner. That don't sound good. J. Michael Kelly, the 41, Shenanigans. Tim Collins, the owner. Corey Peabody second in the 9. Third place, Kevin Porter. The Y21 driving for Bill Wallace. Fourth place, Mike Jarvis, driving for David Lemon, Sweet Lemon. And fifth place, Randy Russell. All right. Well, we have that answer now. The 41 and the 52 both jumped for 1 minute penalties. With the 52, it doesn't matter, but that may, I'm guessing that will probably change our Western Divisional's champion. We'll wait to hear later on that. That's what it would appear. We're rocking and rolling. 1.5 stock is up next. 1.5 stock. T-boats. I'm just waiting to hear from the referee that we're going to get a countdown. Well, I'm guessing we've got a bit of a hold up at the crane down there. While I'm thinking about it, let's something to think about later as we go through the rest of the day. For everybody here, one of the teams that are here, if you're here just spectating today, if you're going to plan on coming back tomorrow and you've got a pop-up, make sure you take them down tonight. There's a very good chance we're going to have wind, and we surely don't want pop-ups from here to Brewster and many other places, as we have seen happen at times. It's the last thing we want to do is have that happen. So please, be sure and get them down at the end of the day. All the race teams, the officials will all be doing that. And again, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be back over in this beautiful part of the state. A little smoky, but, you know, I've seen worse. One time here, it was so bad we couldn't see the other side of the river when we finally had to call it. And the only reason we called it was the medics that were here had to leave. They couldn't stay any longer because it had gotten so bad. I know we were well over 300. I think we were over 350 on the air quality. Not good. Definitely not good, but we're not having that issue today. And as long as the winds don't pick up too much, I think we'll get our day in. We've got, I think, 5 heats left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the 4 that we have to get in, 1 is the vintage. And if we had to hold it off, we can do that. And they may not be ready to go. They had engine issues, so we'll see where that stands. But hopefully everybody will be ready when their time comes, or appointed time. And just remember, if you would like to be a part of this, if this does something for you, you enjoy it, there's a place for you. Guarantee that. You can be anything from top to bottom in the food chain. You know, we need owners, drivers, you know, crew people. And you're always trying to find a niche when you step into an organization. Some people are, you're a mechanic, and if you can get in and meet somebody and, start helping. But there's places for spores, registers. You want to be out there in the water with the rescue. You want a great seat. The best seat in the house is in a boat going fast. But second best is right out there in the water in one of those safety patrol boats. Those folks put a lot of time in, a lot of effort. We don't do it without them. We have to have a minimum of 4 divers, and that is just a safety precaution. The APVA bylaws dictate that. But, it doesn't matter. If you want to be a part of this, you could be a race organizer. There's all kinds of places for people, and the help is always wanted and appreciated. So find one of the officials, come and find me. We'll get you hooked up so you can be a part of this. You want a boat? Come and tell me what you got to spend. Tell me how fast you want to go. And I'll tell you need more money. But that's always the case. It doesn't matter whether it's boats, cars, or what. Everybody wants to go faster, and it always costs more. So, you want a GP boat? That's going to cost you a whole bunch. You want to do something like a Sport C? It's definitely much more affordable. So, see where we can take you. If, just let us know. We'd love to have you as part of this. Four, three, two, one. Green flag on the course. T-boats, 1.5 liter stock. Mr. Carson Kelly. Ryder Brooks, winner of the first seat. Haley Ray. Well, on the outside, you can see Ryder Burks. And actually, I think Carson might be outside of him yet. Hard to tell from here. Haley Ray inside. Still plenty early. And Ryder went way outside up in that corner last time. He'll probably do very similar this time. He's going to probably go way out wide and try and scrub some speed and time. Yep, doing the same thing, running the square corner up there. Ryder Works had a head of steam up, but he just didn't have it to go through the turn. Carson Kelly out front. Ryder taking after him right now, trying to pick it up. And see how fast he's starting to close. Carson Kelly to lead. Look like Haley Ray moving into second. Ryder outside in third. Now we'll see how the speed. Okay, here comes Ryder again. Ryder not going to cut any slack on that. He said that might be a girl, but I'm not going to let her get her way unless I put up a fight. And she decided she was going to take it anyway. Ryder's going to be at a disadvantage no matter what now because he's got to run in the rougher water. That was the nice thing in the first heat. He got out front, clean water, got the best ride that you're going to get out there. Now we'll see if Haley Ray can reel in Carson. Carson tight on the buoy. 1 lap to go. Again, for all of you in the pits, make sure you're checking rudders and your water pickups. You got to be looking overboard to make sure you got water coming out. Haley Ray's caught him. We'll see whether she can hold it coming down to the turn. She hooked it pretty good. All right, Haley Ray by a boat length. 2, 3. All right, Haley Ray, Carson Kelly, and Ryder Burks. Nice job by all 3 of these young people. That is our future. And they did a nice job.
real quiet.
Well, up next should be E350. Run the vintage. And then 2.5 mod. Finish out our day with the cracker box. That's where my schedule shows us, so we'll go that way. I understand that the vintage is going to go, so hopefully they've got the engine running better, and we'll get some a little better visual out of that. Oh, and the parade wave too. All right. Well, 1 minute we have wind coming up the E350.
Green flag on the course, E350 final.
All right, first boat up the back chute, that's Finley Eccles, Marine Dream, Rob Hall, the owner. Second boat, the E3, JJW Racing, Weymouth Family Racing, Mr. Kip Brown. And the third boat, the low profile Carolson at the back there. That is the E46, Rochelle Hill, Hill Family Racing. Well, the first heat was pretty good. Rochelle was there for a bit, and then just started dropping back. We'll see what happens this time, see if Finley can get up there, stay in the mix and through the first turn, and that's where she is not quite as fast, just doesn't have the turning speed that Kip has. Rochelle is close on turning speed, but I don't think there's quite the chute speed there. Rochelle flying up the back chute right now. We're down to a minute 45. See, we got some nice long rollers out on the course. Quite flat. The water is very flat right now, other than those rollers are going through, but no wind chop. Minute and 10. All right, 1 minute. 20 seconds. 15. 10. Well, Kip Brown just took over the lead. Kip Brown, Rochelle Hill, Findlay Echoes. Here he comes in the lap 2. Kip Brown in the 3. JJW Racing, Weymouth Family Racing. Findlay Echoes, Marine Dream. Not sure what happened with Rochelle, but the lid's up. Down there in turn 2. Kip Brown with about a straightaway lead right now. Off to go. We had, boy, yeah, I wasn't hearing anything. Got the 46 is taking on water, so we're going to do some quick, get that to the crane and get that out of the water. Hope that's not a repeat of damage from Black Lake. Rochelle worked long and hard to get that back together to run at Tri-Cities. Had a great day over there, but we got issues here. So, trying to get that done. Got to get the boats back on the course. Dawn's out here doing little course maintenance in front of us. All right, they'll understand that Mark Evans will be back in the boat in the second go round. I'm sure they're trying to make sure everything is right. The boat ran very good in a test earlier this year, but that first heat this morning, it was not good. All right, green flag on the course. Mark Evans, Country Girl. Now that we've built him up. And after we built him up, is that the extravaganza I heard about? It must have been. Well, unfortunately, they still don't have the boat running the way we want to see it run. The way they need it to run. So you got 2 weeks.
2 weeks from now, it needs to run right. We need him and Moses Lake putting on a show. Watch out. Wild Cracker Box is on the loose. All right, green flag on the course for Cracker Box. Well, we had a real disappointment this morning when Quacker decided it wasn't going to run anymore. They had a ignition issue, and obviously I don't know how Russell did it, but he said he was going to use chewing gum and whatever to try and fix it, and obviously they got it working, so hopefully they get a heat out of it, and we can continue from there. Look at these. Robin Island, Jen Kutching, Russell Mead, Mark Mead.
All right, one heat left today. That is 2.5 mod. And just waiting to get them in the water at this point. And once they're in the water, then we'll get that going and get our day in. $3:15 in the afternoon. Been a good day. Not rushed at all. But I also know if you're sitting here on the beach watching, you want to see action as often as possible. And that's the whole idea of this. So as soon as we can get those 2.5 mods in the water, we will have that final heat of the day. And again, a thank you to everyone that's been here today and been a part of this. Special thank you to PMDRA for putting on the event. Thank you to Pateros for inviting us, taking care of all of the things here in town that we need, and thanks to the fire department for their efforts to do the meals for us, and also their fundraiser. If you haven't eaten, I don't know if they're down there now, but please go check it out. Get a burger, or not a burger, but dog, or sloppy joes, and everything else that goes with it. $15 donation. If you can't do that, give them a donation. They've also got shirts down there available It all goes towards a good cause, which is supporting the firefighters and the job they're trying to do for us here in Pateros and surrounds. It's difficult at times, very difficult. Hard job to do, and lots of calls. And as our good friend over to my left here told me, 4 calls in 2 hours the other night. That gets old, and you have to do your best, but they can use some more funds to help pay for everything and keep the doors open. So, but as I said, to PNBRA for putting this on, for all the racers for coming, for the fans for being here, to our referees, our scorers, everybody that's involved in this, our rescue and safety, divers, everybody. We can't do it without you, and without Strong Racing, Daryl and Vanessa Strong, Corey Peabody. None of it would be possible because they help fund this, and without them, we don't race. As I've said many times, it's expensive. It's not whining. It's just factual. It does cost a lot. In any way that we can be helped, we appreciate that, and as a result, we can bring this to you at no charge. One of the few motorsports where you can actually go watch it for free. You can't go to NASCAR, you can't go to NHRA, I guarantee it. You're not going up to Deming or Skagit to the sprints for free. It isn't going to happen. You can come here, you can park your keister on the lawn, bring the lawn chair. You don't have to buy food. We'll love it if you do, because we have the locations here in town, the fire department, all of those things. But it's affordable for families, and that's what this is about. We are a family. We know what it's like to have the tough times. We know what it's like to have the good times. That's why we do it. That's why we support one another, and we try and support those that help us. So if you can't help in any way, we appreciate everybody being here today. We will be back on in just a couple minutes. I'm going to take a break, get something to drink, and we'll have at it again. had Dawn out in front of us here at the start-finish line trying to break up some of the milfoil, get it dispersed. All right, not far from getting a countdown for 2.5 mod. Should be a good heat. Will be our last heat for the day. Just a reminder, make sure you take your pop-ups down tonight so they don't blow. Either that or secure them very well, because if we get wind, they'll be gone, or garbage. All right, looks like we're going to have a countdown here momentarily.
Hello?
Hi there.
I said, one log on the river, and you found it? Yeah.
All right, the 11, the 311, the 98. The 85. We have beautiful water conditions right now. A little smoky, but great water. That's the 11 cutting the course. Marissa Bartels and the Bartels Racing. All right, just down to under 2 minutes. A311, Jacob Baldwin. The 98, Katie Brown. The 85, Preston Wrights. 1 minute. Well, we know Gunner won't be early. 15 seconds. It was a great start. All right, Jacob Malden out front. Katie Brown second. It's like pressing lights inside and outside. Melissa Bartels. At least that's what it looks like from here. I can't tell for sure. Yep. And Melissa's on a roll right now. She's got that Jones up, rocking and rolling. Jacob is checked out, though. She's going to have to fly that thing to catch him. Katie Brown back into third again. They're trading spots back there. Looks like she's got a little more speed. Comes off the turn a little better. All right, Jacob Malden. Well, looks like Katie spun it out. All right, Jacob Malden coming down to start his final lap. Melissa Bartel. It don't sound quite right. Obviously, Preston's got damage. I'm guessing they must have got together down there in the turn. You see the water coming off of that side of it. Well, quite a heat, quite a heat. All right, we are done for Saturday. Western Divisionals is final. For those of you that are going to be on the road tonight, please be safe. If you're coming back tomorrow, we really want you to be able to do that. And if we go out there and do not so good on the highway, that kind of stops that. For those of you that have been here working all day and doing all of the things to put this on, thank you all, especially to our on-water group out there. Those folks just put out. And we really appreciate that. We will be here again tomorrow morning. Drivers meeting, 9 o'clock. Racing hopefully by 10ish or so. We will have day 2 and figure out our overall winners for the weekend. But thank you to everybody for being here today. Gail and Vanessa Strong Racing, Corey Peabody. Thank you for helping to fund this thing, make it happen, and everybody that's worked on it. For PNDRA and the entire racing staff, thank you and good day.